Vision the chaos and perform the hex. Throw dogs to lions with the balls of Goliath in the cold. All but black souls sucked into black holes as they called his name from the stain. A fistful of a horse's mane, slain as they prayed into the flame. Unfazed to die again, we praised the fires. Then he came forth, led us to the kingdom of Leviathan. In a black forest under a black crescent moon, with a soul and a buyer, have to sell it soon. See them standing on the roofs, glowing eyes that soothes. Then mounted by bad moves, surrounded by black wolves. Your tattoos stepped on by black hooves, and pendants and statues, descendants of Dracos. From the altar, as he screamed into the nave, you will know when you feel someone walk under your grave. Rest in peace. But you can't stop the biz. Burn the church down, kill the priest. But you can't stop the biz. You can kill the police. But you can't stop. What you can't stop. What you can't stop. What you can't stop. What you can't stop the priest. Lucifer matutinus in bed. The Vatican, drunk on the blood of aliens, must be the balls of God, putting semen in seminarians. The purge of the scourge of the demiurge is met by murdering the sun. You are Osiris, I am set. Lest we forget every fucking stray step through the valley of the shadows of death. Salve apep. Pure nihilism until our corpses are in ziplocs. Too late to dig us up. Hip-hop's gayer than flip-flops. Your disbelief so insignificant, different. The ones who do believe will frame your death certificate, singing the cannibal hymn to him deep in the boonies, whilst she gobbles up my children like King Mooney. Ripped out the all-seeing eye, then smashed the orbital, cut off the oracles of tree of death, perching cardinals. If you know his name here, pray you know his name's in hell. Say Vatican, then Samuel.
Makes a logical agenda.
A goddamn lizard person! I knew they were real, but Mama never believed me.
They need the blood because they are, in fact, not human. They take human shape. They are reptilians, and they need the blood. The blood helps them maintain their reptilian shape.
He collected the cat. Society of Gwar! Did you know that not every species in the universe gets to choose their oppressive reptilian overlord?
Humans have always wondered what the future will hold. Some believe it will be a utopia. Others that humanity faces destruction.
All my life I've been fascinated by a whole bunch of stuff in our culture. For instance, I love the American family. And so with The Simpsons, that was my take on the American family. So what I've done to the American family with The Simpsons, we're going to do to science fiction with Futurama. We will have celebrity voices on Futurama. In fact, the celebrities will even be able to play themselves. How? How can you play yourself 1,000 years from now? If you're willing to be a head in a jar, we will allow you to be on Futurama. Because, you know, science fiction is full of these sexy babes, right? Curvaceous, voluptuous, with tight spandex pants running around and stuff. And I thought, wouldn't it be cool to allow the horny animators draw that beautiful babe, but give her one eye and drive the boys crazy? So that is my goal.
Fry is a sort of a disgruntled New Yorker. He's a delivery boy, kind of fed up with his life. He's got like nothing left and nothing left to lose type of thing. And he becomes cryogenically frozen while delivering a pizza. And he is thawed out and assimilated into New York, which is a couple thousand years down the road. And he has no idea which end is up.
Part of my job is to ensure that the design of the show is really terrific, and that, you know, every detail of the show sort of has that extra sense of, you know, really existing within that universe.
You're one ugly motherfucker.
You know, I have always liked Shapeshift.
I watch the liberal station of CNN, just like they do with Don Lemon, and they sit down and they go piece by piece and they don't move. And they don't do news, they do commentary. They let Anderson Cooper and Don Lemon say what they want, like they're speaking from their heart.
Both the FBI, the Minnesota Department of Public Safety are investigating George's death. The 4 officers involved have been fired, which the mayor of Minneapolis said was the right call. But is that enough for your family, Philonise?
They say, hey, they do the same thing on Hannity. They do. So I paid attention. Fox does this. CNN does this. We argue and talk about what's going on and do nothing.
Well, let me just say, and I actually found these videos. Stella Emanuel, the doctor that you're talking about, she's Nigerian?
Yeah.
Good. Not only did she say that there's no reason to wear masks because, you know...
Fauci said it too.
Because the drug... Fauci said it?
Fauci said it in
the beginning?
in March. I'll send it to you.
Wearing a mask might make people feel a little bit better, and it might even block a droplet, but it's not providing the perfect protection that people think that it is. And often there are unintended consequences. People keep fiddling with the mask and they keep touching their face.
She also stated that drugs are created from alien DNA, that women's vaginal problems come from them having dreams about having sex with demons, and also that a lot of people in government are actually human. They're reptiles pretending to be human.
So she talked about the reptilian race.
Yes. You're not going to defend this, are you?
I'm
going to walk out.
I'm going to walk out of your own show.
I'm going to walk out of my own interview.
All right. So
if you're trying to defend the reptilians,
let me give it to you. I'm going to give it to you where it comes from, because once you find out where this comes from, Vlad, you start realizing there were giants on the planet. Right? They found skulls and skulls and skulls in all different places of giants, taller than me, some 8 foot, 9 foot, whatever. There was always giants on the planet.
Really?
Yeah, that's a true statement. There was always these tall, and you can see the larger skulls. They even found giants in Mexico, where most of the people were really, really small. So they find these giants and these big bodies all over the world, so that we call them anomalies. In the Bible, which is a trip, when Satan was thrown to earth and the demons that come with him were having sex with women on the planet. So then they decided, hey, we're going to write another story in the Bible about Noah. And they flooded the earth to kill off that demon seed. That's in the Bible. I ain't making it up. I didn't make it up.
What we're thinking of as aliens are they're extra dimensional beings that an earlier precursor of the space program made contact with. They are not what they claim to be. They have infiltrated a lot of aspects of the military establishment, particularly the Area 51. The disasters that are coming, the government knows about them, and there's a lot of safe areas in this world that they could begin moving the population to now. They're not doing anything. They want the major population centers wiped out so that the few that are left will be more easily controllable.
Well, all new at 10 tonight. Rapper NBA Youngboy and a female companion are in the Atlantis City jail tonight.
Atlanta police say they arrested the two at a downtown hotel. Police say Youngboy, whose real name is Kenneth Golden, and Star Thigpen became angry when the housekeeping staff entered their room at the Hyatt House Hotel. According to police, Golden then encouraged Thigpen to punch the housekeeper, and Thigpen then assaulted her. Golden and Thigpen are charged with disorderly conduct, active violence toward another, physical obstruction of another, and possession of less than an ounce of marijuana.
445,000 years ago, creator gods came to Earth. These beings were called the Anunnaki, which means those who from heaven to Earth came. The Anunnaki inhabited a distant orbiting planet called Nibiru, which only entered our solar system every 3,600 years. They describe Nibiru as many times the diameter of Earth and abundant with iron oxide, making its rivers and lakes appear red. According to the tablets, Nibiru's atmosphere began to deteriorate and become a hostile place for life, and in order to restore it, the Anunnaki needed one important element for their atmosphere: gold. It shields radiation, which explains why NASA uses gold foils in their space stations. When the Anunnaki arrived, they were capable of living lives that spanned hundreds of thousands of years. They created a mining settlement they called Eriduk, Earth Station 1, in the Persian Gulf, under a leader named Enki. The tablets convey these visitors were not alone. They brought another extraterrestrial race with them. They were called the Ajiji, and they worked as their slaves. They served the Anunnaki by mining gold. Nibiru's ruler, Anu, ordered his son, Enki, to genetically engineer a new slave race, one that was intelligent enough to perform complex work but still be subservient to the Anunnaki. In Atrahasis, many unique creatures were created. Enki finally successfully met his goal, and the result? A genetic hybrid between Earth's caveman, Homo erectus, and the Anunnaki themselves. This hybrid we call Homo sapiens. The tablets called first men the Adamu. In Hebrew, Adam means man. The Anunnaki put the Homo sapiens to work in the mines and elsewhere in Mesopotamia. The Semitic word Ephod, or worship, literally means work for. Hence, early men had no choice but to worship their gods. Now, because their main purpose in life was to serve the Anunnaki, Homo sapiens were, in return, educated with social skills and academic affairs and technology. All this is abundantly clear in the tablets. The new human slaves were sterile, but as the demand for workforce increased, they were re-engineered so that they could reproduce. This later led to an overpopulation. So later, many humans were banished from the safety of their cities, giving rise to the story of the Garden of Eden and the story of banishment from paradise for procreating.
Anunnaki interbred with humanity, creating a hybrid race.
As humans evolved to become more intelligent, some Anunnaki leaders bred with these humans, The children which resulted from these forbidden unions between races were called the Nephilim, or giants of old. Tablets say that these practices enraged Enlil, the Anu leader of that time, who was also the brother of Enki. Enlil wanted to ensure no human would ever rise to power and potentially rule Nibiru. Naturally, human populations increased over the following millennia, only to be met with a population control plan that nature had in store. During one of its 3,600-year cycles, Nibiru's orbit created havoc on the sun and on Earth.
A planet called Nibiru, the planet of the crossing in his translation of the Sumerian, came into this solar system a vast amount of time ago. And one of its moons collided with a planet that was between Jupiter and Mars, and that created the asteroid belt, which just happens to be between Jupiter and Mars.
Nibiru is also called the Destroyer in the Colbrin, which is an ancient gospel found in Scotland that was omitted from biblical text, much like the Dead Sea Scrolls were. It reads, "Men forgot the days of the Destroyer. Only the wise know where it went, and that it shall return at the appointed time. The Destroyer, its color, bright and fierce and ever-changing, was an unstable appearance, a fierce body of flames." The tablets describe one cataclysmic event which occurred when Nibiru neared Earth. It says, first, black spots appeared on the sun's surface. The Earth's magnetic field became weaker, the temperature rose, and ice caps began melting. This event we call the deluge, or the Great Flood. For days before the day of the deluge, the earth was rumbling, groaning, as if with pain. For nights before the calamity struck, in the heavens, Nibiru as a glowing star was seen. Then there was darkness in daytime, and at night, the moon as though by a monster was swallowed. The earth began to shake by a force before unknown. It was agitated. In the glow of dawn, a black cloud arose from the horizon. The morning light turned to darkness. Then the sound of a rolling thunder boomed, and lightning lit the skies. On that day, on that unforgettable day, the deluge with a roar began. At that point, the South Pole's huge ice sheets collided and fell into the ocean. This would have created tsunamis everywhere, traveling north to the gold mines in Southeast Africa. The tidal wave continued north until it reached and submerged the city of Eden, one of the first Anunnaki settlements on Earth, now located somewhere at the bottom of today's Persian Gulf. Witnessing the cataclysm, Enki, who felt sympathy for his creations, instructed his chosen ones to build boats. Among these few humans was Zayasudra, we know as Noah, and his family.
When you look at the planets and how they spin and how fast they spin and all this stuff, it's very clear that some major disruption has happened in this solar system. It's affected not just the Earth, but also the other planets. A major cataclysm.
A great storm with heavy rains started. The tidal wave kept sweeping the Earth for 7 days until it finally came to a halt. But the heavy rains continued for 40 more days and nights. The story of the deluge is recorded in almost every civilization on our planet. Ice samples taken from Greenland and Antarctica illustrate that at the height of the last ice age, the sea levels were 425 feet lower than they are today. And, more importantly, there is a clear indication of a rapid sea rise.
They believe, as a result of their research, the planet we now call Jupiter came into this solar system not that long ago, remarkably. 7,000 years ago, maybe, something like that. 4,800 BC was the date that I was given. And it collided with a planet that was in that area, and devastation unfolded, and the asteroid belt was the result. Suggestion of what that would have caused starts to confirm some incredible legends, traditions, and oral and written evidence from the ancient world all over the planet that there came what the Bible calls the Great Flood.
After the deluge, reconstruction of a new spaceport began. The text describes how the Anunnaki made their buildings according to the position of the stars. It reads, "Let the heart of the plane, the heavens, reflect." Once Enki to this agreed, and Leal from the skies of distances took measures. Indeed, the pyramids, now questioned to be much older than originally determined, and many other ancient monuments are, in fact, aligned to the stars. When the Anunnaki finally left Earth, their influence had reached every corner of the world, from Mesopotamia to India to South America. Before they left, they gifted humanity the Sumerian civilization, which was inexplicably advanced for its time, having made a sort of a sudden appearance as a mature and highly organized culture that came out of nowhere. The Anunnaki taught the Sumerians their way of life and established monarchs.
And you find this theme all over the world. You find it in Genesis, in the Bible, which is a rewrite, when you do the research, of the Sumerian stories. So we get the theme of the sons of God who interbred with the daughters of men. But when you take that back to the Hebrew, just one step, you find that phrase, sons of God interbred with the daughters of men, actually says sons of the gods interbred with the daughters of men.
Now here's where it gets interesting. The kings would act as their emissaries on Earth and rule the people according to ancient principles. Unbeknownst to man, royal bloodlines were genetically manipulated by the Anunnaki. This would in turn explain the strong aversion by nobility to interclass breeding. Some people speculate that the Anunnaki have deceptively managed to control the Earth through this selective breeding of nobility for centuries. Millennia. Others speculate that, as the tablets indicate, Nibiru may once again come close to our planet, and then the Anunnaki will return and restore rule over the slave race they created. This would explain the secrecy around the Sumerian recorded history. Detection of this mass traces back decades, but in October of 2017, NASA published an article called "The Super Earth That Came Home for Dinner," stating, "There are now 5 different lines of observational evidence pointing to the existence of Planet 9. If you were to remove this explanation and imagine Planet 9 does not exist, then you generate more problems than you solve. Clearly, there is potential of another planet yet to be discovered in our solar system."
These Sumerian tablets very much confirm this ancient race. Now, again, when you look at other cultures, you find the same stories in the ancient Hindu cultures, the Veda, their ancient holy books. You find descriptions of the gods flying, UFOs or flying saucers, whatever. And when you take the common theme around the world, it's very clear that in the ancient world was a race or races of very, very high technological knowledge. And this was the knowledge that built the pyramids. This was the knowledge that built all those ancient structures which conventional history and archaeology simply cannot explain. Evidence from the ancient world all over the planet that there came what the Bible calls the Great Flood.
In the factory, in the sterile place where they made me, I woke up alone, dizzy from the programming. Have I been wiped again? Oh my God, I don't even know. It's a mystery, everyone around me so busy. Is this my home? Am I your prisoner or your deliverer? Oh my God, you don't even know. Baby, your time is up. is up. Baby, your time is up. Baby, your time is up. Baby, your time is up. Time is up. Time is up.
And go.
Calling from the moon.
Can you do a and then give me one doral. And then give me one mama.
Great pleasure to have as our special guest for the hour tonight, former President George Bush, who's written an extraordinary book, All the Best, George Bush, My Life in Letters and Other Writings. We're going to have some of those letters read by the former president. We'll talk about lots of things. Great to be with you here at the Houstonian Hotel. Your favorite hotel, right?
I used to live here.
You lived in the hotel?
That was my residence when I was vice president and president, because I didn't have a home in a lot upon which we had subsequently built.
So that historic night you showed me your driver's license, this had to be the address, your Texas license. I never forgot that. Do you ever think, before we talk about the book, that your family, like the Adamses, Kennedys, and Roosevelts, have become an American political dynasty?
Well, we don't like the word dynasty, but I'll tell you what we do. Now that I'm out of politics, and literally, I mean, I don't go to Washington, I don't testify, I don't write op-ed pieces. I had my chance, it's my son's chance. And what Barbara and I do is just take pride. You show me a picture of your kid. I take the same pride in George and Jeb as I did when they could hit a triple in Little League.
All of Nurnheim is ours.
Dad's taking a real victory lap.
His suffering was brief, as will be our glory. Because soon the Decreator will rise and set right to existence, and then we, all of us, will cease to be.
I hate to break it to you, but that's not gonna happen.
Because you are going to stop us? You're too late, guests. All of Nurnheim has gone to retrieve and read the unwritten book.
Well, good luck finding him. We put a spell on him with weird spit and everything. He's invisible to you. You can't read what you can't see.
But you're wrong. We see everything.
message few of you will be able to believe. A message of great importance. A message I alone was able to read in the fires of the universe. But be not afraid, my friends. I also bring you the means with which to save yourselves. Save us from what? From the end of the world, friend. Which I don't expect you to believe.
Tell me something, what's going on in this town anyway? Did your mayor die or what?
World's coming to an end.
How's that?
Midnight tonight, the whole caboodle's gonna burn up.
Where'd you get that?
Fellow back there.
With the one with the hat on?
Mm-mm. Other one.
He says the world is going to come to an end?
Midnight tonight.
Where's he from?
Drove in this morning. Wagon out front.
Got a name?
Trump.
I bet it fits. Yeah, I heard. Your name is Trump?
Dr. Walter Trump. I am the only one. Just me. I can build a wall around your homes that nothing will penetrate.
What do we do? How do we save ourselves?
You ask, how do you build that wall? You ask, and I'm here to tell you.
Well, why have I named this film the Alien Kabbalah? Well, for many reasons. First of all, I'd like to go back to New York City in the year 1918. And Aleister Crowley, who was a full-time occultist and worked as a part-time spy for Her Majesty's intelligence services, conducted a series of magical rituals in New York City in 1918 called the Alum Lantra workings. This was a series of very, very complicated magical rituals designed to open up a psychic telepathic portal to other dimensions in other parts of the cosmos. And what Aleister Crowley wanted to do is he wanted to contact psychically, telepathically, the intelligence of alien beings. And in actual fact, one of these alien beings came through. Aleister Crowley gave it a name. He called the entity Lam. Now, in Tibetan tradition, Lam is a path, and a lama is somebody that follows the path to enlightenment. And Crowley referred to Lam, this name, as the name of the race rather than the actual individual being that came through. And Aleister Crowley sketched the being as it projected itself into his mind's eye. And it's fascinating because the sketch that Aleister Crowley did really does resemble what many eyewitnesses have reported of so-called grey aliens. These are usually beings that have no facial hair, no bodily hair. They have enlarged skulls, and they have very unmoving, small, sort of slit-like mouths. And this is exactly what this sketch that Crowley did looked like. And in actual fact, Professor John Mack of Harvard University, who was recently run down by a motor car while he was visiting a university in England. Professor John Mack, while he was at Harvard, did a research project, and he statistically projected that there were literally millions of people in America that claimed that they had had contact with these grey-type beings. Now, conventional scientists, even though they may accept that the universe is teeming with planets that may have intelligent life forms on them, many of these scientists say, well, these planets are so far away that it's very unlikely that any being will visit us here on planet Earth, just simply because the practicalities of travelling enormous distances in space would sort of separate us naturally from one planetary civilization to another. And it would be very, very rare indeed that we would be visited by an alien being. Well, this does not, of course, preclude the attempt to contact these beings telepathically, and the psychic power or the psychic world which we see written about in ancient texts from the Indian subcontinent, from Sumeria, from ancient Egypt. That's just 3 examples. The astral planes, this invisible realm of spirit, is as vast as the physical universe. So if you believe that it's possible to actually contact spirits of your ancestors and channel communications through a Ouija board or contact spirits in magical ritual, then it should be possible to actually contact the psychic, spiritual energy that emanates from entities on other planets. And in actual fact, this idea of being able to contact alien beings psychically, telepathically, constitutes some of the highest secrets of some of the world's most famous magical cults and secret societies. And we see some of these beings being described as secret chiefs. In the case of Theosophy with Madame Blavatsky, she channeled spirits and she called those the secret chiefs, and some of these spirits apparently dwelled upon other planets. We also see it with World International Freemasonry, which is led by a group of what are called loosely the Hidden Masters. Now, in my film The Illuminati, which I made in 2004, it was revealed that one of these Hidden Masters of World International Freemasonry has a name, and he's called Yota or Yoda, and is meant to be an ideologue, a spiritual entity that guides World International Freemasonry. And this Yota ideologue, or this Yoda entity, whatever you want to call it, is not actually the spirit of a human, but it's the spirit of an alien being. Well, I used to publish a magazine all about broadcast technology, radio technology, film technology, lighting, that kind of thing. And a friend of mine worked for a company at film studios just outside London. And he called me up one day and he said, you never guess who's moved in next door with a huge film project? I said, no. And he said, it's Stanley Kubrick. And the film that Stanley Kubrick was making, and he'd taken over basically most of the studio complex just outside of London, was Eyes Wide Shut, featuring Tom Cruise. Now, Tom Cruise is an interesting choice because Tom Cruise, it's no secret whatsoever, has had a long-term relationship with a organisation that previously been established by L. Ron Hubbard. Now, L. Ron Hubbard was a science fiction author. He'd collaborated on script ideas for the TV series Star Trek, and was a friend of Jack Parsons, who was a rocket designer, who was one of the guiding lights and one of the founding fathers of Jet Propulsion Labs. And together, L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons conducted a series of magical rituals. And in actual fact, Jack Parsons baptized himself as the Antichrist. And partly this was the subject of my film, which I made in 2006, called The Antichrist Conspiracy, which is the second part of my series of films about the global network of secret societies, which we generally call the Illuminati. So Eyes Wide Shut is really an expose of these super wealthy people in stately homes. They are, if you like, the American Illuminati, the American aristocracy. And in the film you see a form of black mass. And the black mass is traditionally a satanic version of the Catholic mass. And in the film you see characters dressed as cardinals and a character dressed rather like a pope from the medieval era. And it's a ritual of sex magic witnessed by these super wealthy individuals who disguise themselves using masks which are reminiscent of the Venetian masked balls of the medieval era. And sex magic is a very specialized form of magic. It's really bringing together an atmosphere of psychic tension within the temple and combining this with sexual tension and the energy that is given out at the point of orgasm by the people that are taking part. This sexual energy is offered up to a spirit. And of course, in the case of Satanism and various versions of black magic rites, this sexual energy at the point of orgasm is given as a gift to breathe life, as it were, into a demon spirit which is invoked. And at the beginning of the ritual in the film Eyes Wide Shut, we see each of the participants kissing each other. And this is a very common thing that you find in rituals. The high priest or the high priestess would often welcome each initiate to the ritual with a kiss. Now, in black magic, such as the black magic that was practiced by the Knights Templar, and we know for sure that the Knights Templar were involved in very, very dark occultic goings-on, because when the Knights Templar were interrogated, many of them confessed And one of the confessions was that they used to give each other a sacrilegious kiss. And the high priest of the Knights Templar Order used to bare his buttocks to each of the initiates as they entered the temple. And they used to have to kiss the anus of the high priest. And the other things that used to go on at Knights Templar rituals is spitting and trampling on the cross and denying the existence of Jesus Christ. And also a form of necromancy, which is a form of black magic which involves corpses and invoking spirits, summoning spirits, and then implanting these spirits into a dead body or the severed head of a corpse, and trying to watch muscle movements of this head and receive spiritual communication. And these heads were highly prized, and they were kept in silver caskets, and they became known as Baphomets. So Eyes Wide Shut is one of my all-time favourite films. It's one of the very, very few films which actually shows you what goes on in magical ritual. And it's no secret that the aristocracy throughout the ages have been involved in black magic, and I actually cover these subjects of the royal elite and black magic in my film Murdered by the Monarchy, which is part 3 of my series of films about the Illuminati.
Throughout the ages, the ruling elite have known that man is not alone in the universe. There is archaeological evidence which suggests that long ago, planet Earth was visited by extraterrestrials, and these alien beings have been mythologized as gods into our religious systems. Planet Earth is teeming with life, and every living creature is animated by a spiritual life force. Therefore, any alien life form should also have a spirit. This film exposes for the first time that contact with these alien spirits has been a long-term project for secret societies. Many cults, such as Freemasonry, the Ordo Templi Orientis, and Scientology, claim to be guided by spirits of extraterrestrials, sometimes referred to as the secret chiefs or the hidden masters. A legacy of contact with these alien spirits has inspired many ancient texts, which explain how magic can be used to contact spirits of beings in other parts of the universe. Modern science tells us that space is nothing more than just a dead vacuum. This is not true. An invisible web of energy has been proven to flow throughout the universe, and long ago it was called the ether. Planets are alive. Space is populated by millions of planets, and each planet is a super living organism. Planets exist in space with a huge number of organisms which coexist in a symbiotic relationship, creating and recycling the atmosphere and soils of each planet. Planet Earth, like all planets, is therefore a super living organism, and because our planet is alive, just like one of us, our planet also has a spirit. Every living thing has a spirit, and that includes bacteria, viruses, trees, plants, insects, birds, fungus, and even flowers. These are mostly called nature or elemental spirits. In fact, there is a hierarchy of spirits in the spirit world, which has its own aristocracy of senior angels, and yes, at its lowest levels, evil spirits, a place called hell, which also has a hierarchy of demonic dukes, princes, and kings.
Discovery, we still have the alien spacecraft under occurrence.
In 1996, NASA astronaut Story Musgrave filmed a strange creature living in the upper atmosphere of planet Earth. Professor John Mack of Harvard University published statistics which report that millions of people have been abducted by alien beings. If the video evidence collected by NASA astronauts is correct, and alien creatures do actually exist, then it is highly likely that these alien creatures will also have a spirit, just like humans. When our physical bodies have worn out, our spirit leaves the body and returns to the spirit world. The spirit world is what Buddhists call true reality. This is where the spirits of all living things in the universe live. It is divided into different planes, often called the astral planes. This is where our spirits dwell and then recycle themselves on the fabled wheel of life, eventually returning to the physical world in a fresh new body. Mystics throughout history, especially in the Holy Lands, have tried to describe the mystifying, strange, and complex world of the astral planes. The Kabbalah is a collection of texts which are forbidden to be studied before the age of 40. Kabbalistic texts describe the spirit world as the Yen Welt. The Kabbalah teaches that there are different, invisible, parallel universes which intersect our own reality. Indeed, it is the astral world where the two strange worlds of human spirituality and the spirits of extraterrestrials meet. Buddhists teach reincarnation, and that means that some of us may very well be incarnated not only into just another physical body, but a body which lives on another planet. The sheer vast complexity of the spirit world is the same as the immense hugeness of the physical universe. The world of modern physics is dominated by Jewish theorists. Modern physics often put forward theories which have come straight from the pages of the Kabbalah. According to the mystical author Helena Blavatsky, the fabled kingdom of Atlantis was destroyed by groups of magicians who summoned demonic forces, eventually destroying a prehistoric civilization, which, some people believe, had crystal, plasma, electrical, and psychic technologies that eventually were used by the pharaohs of Egypt to build awe-inspiring buildings using giant granite blocks which even today's largest cranes would not be able to lift. According to Helena Blavatsky, the technologies used in Egypt were powered by energy drawn directly from the cosmos and the spirit world. Right now, billions of people are living in ignorance, whilst right before their very eyes, they watch the physical world being manipulated into violence war and chaos. Many rulers of the world are members of secret societies who summon demons and devils from the lower planes of the spirit world. The rituals of cults such as the Golden Dawn, World International Freemasonry, and the Knights Templar all originated with the teachings of the Kabbalah. The royal political elite have giant libraries, such as the Beinecke Archive of Rare Books at Yale University, which teach them how to summon forth and command the negative forces of the universe. We live in a democratic dictatorship. It is a dictatorship run by people who perform rituals. It is a dictatorship run by people who privately summon demons. That sounds difficult to believe, but it is the truth. Cuneiform tablets and cylinder seals made in ancient Iraq, the former kingdom of Babylon, tell the story of two extraterrestrial star gods coming to Earth and genetically manipulating mankind. These alien star gods were called Enlil and Enki. Their alien race was called the Anunnaki, which roughly translated means princes of the royal genetic seed. Worship of these alien beings takes many forms, and the royal political elite have built special temples and lodges all over planet Earth, where ceremonies are performed to invoke the spirit of the Anunnaki and other extraterrestrials. This film is about something so obvious that it stares us right in the face, but is never discussed openly. That is, that on every continent of planet Earth, there are giant temples which are aligned to the stars and planets. These temples are actually astronomical calculators, space observatories, and more importantly, they are places devoted to magical ritual. Massive stone temple complexes all over the world, from Cambodia to Mexico, were built for the same reason. These temples were used to summon spirits. The pyramids of Giza are actually astronomical computers, which are no less sophisticated for their time than our computers are for our age. These temples exactly gauge the precise movements of planets, stars, and constellations, so that elaborate magical rituals can be performed at specific times. This film exposes some of the highest secrets of the Kabbalah, Freemasonry, the Knights Templar, and the global network of secret societies loosely described as the Illuminati. These cults have perverted ancient rituals and now summon not just gods or angels, nor even just spirits of their ancestors, but these cults are summoning demons, and some believe they are even summoning the devil himself. The highest secret of the Hebrew Kabbalah, Aleister Crowley's Ordo Templi Orientis, and L. Ron Hubbard's Scientology cults is that magical ritual can be used to contact not only angels and demons, but also the spirits of extraterrestrials who inhabit other parts of the universe. One of the best sources of information about the spirit world comes from Eastern mystical author Swami Panchadasai. Swami Panchadasai's book, entitled The Astral World, was first printed in 1915. By understanding the spirit world, we can understand the goal of magical ritual performed by the global network of secret societies, witch covens, Freemasons, and Kabbalists. The spirit world is every bit as real as the physical world which we inhabit. Magical ceremonies work like computer programs, repeating the names of spirits in particular orders, just like a computer language is actually a list of commands. These ancient rituals unlock the subconscious mind and open telepathic gateways to the spirit world. Sadhus, Sufis, and Gurus are Eastern mystics who teach that there are 7 great astral planes in the spirit world. The number 7 has therefore become one of the most important occult numbers. The lowest of these 7 astral planes is the so-called material plane, which is the physical world we live in. The second plane is called the plane of forces and is unlike the other 7 planes, as it contains the forces of nature, such as electricity, heat, light, kinetic energy, gravity, and the atomic forces which Jewish scientists discovered when they split the atom. In 1943, Robert Oppenheimer's team calculated the forces which would be unleashed from splitting a single atom. They became concerned that a global chain reaction would take place, igniting all the hydrogen and gases in the Earth's atmosphere, and thus incinerating the entire planet. Nevertheless, funded by politicians and military officers who are traditionally members of Kabbalistically inspired secret societies, Robert Oppenheimer and his team of mostly Jewish physicists went ahead and exploded the first atomic bomb, which ripped apart the finer atomic forces of nature for the first time, creating a catastrophic shockwave, not just in the physical world, but also in the spirit world. The so-called Cold War created a worldwide psychological war of terror in the minds of every man, woman, and child, threatening to completely annihilate every living creature and even the planet itself in an orgy of atomic destruction.
We knew the world would not be the same. Few people laughed. Few people cried. Most people were silent. I remembered the line from the Hindu scripture, the Bhagavad Gita. Vishnu is trying to persuade the prince that he should do his duty, and to impress him takes on his multi-armed form and says, "Now I am become death, the destroyer of worlds."
The third plane of the spirit world is the so-called astral plane. The word astral is derived from Greek, and it refers to the stars. Next is the fourth plane, often described as the mental plane. In addition to these four planes, there are three higher planes which are extremely difficult to comprehend to anyone who is on the lower four planes. Contemplation of these higher astral planes is the goal of many Buddhists. The higher planes are what Christians call heaven. Throughout history, Freemasons, Knights Templars, Satanists, Magi, wizards, shamans, voodoo doctors, Kabbalists, monks, and even popes have engaged in magical ritual in order to contact the spirits of dead people, demons, and the elemental spiritual forces of nature which reside on the astral planes. The spirit world, with its 7 individual astral planes, surround planet Earth, interpenetrating each other like a vast onion, where each layer of the spirit world vibrates at different frequencies. These frequencies correlate to the 7 astral planes of the spirit world and can actually be seen by clairvoyant people. These people have often been described as mediums, prophets, and oracles. One of the most successful prophets in recent times was Dr. Nostradamus, who used powdered nutmeg and other hallucinogenic herbs to aid his visions of the spirit world. In fact, the Holy Bible lists more than 30 hallucinogenic plants which are used in rituals around the world to see into the spirit world.
Swear. Swear that you will never speak with anyone other than those who have been initiated about what I will teach you. If you break this oath, you will be killed, not by the Inquisition, but by one of us. Do you understand? I swear. Now, notice how the catch works. You will use it while I'm away. These books. Here is Al-Khasalas' work, The Elixir of Bliss, in his own hand. There. Scriptures of the Kabbalah. Solomon's Key. Many of them had the power to see the future. You must learn how they did that, so you can decipher your dreams. Nothing is accidental. Everything is according to God's law. What is that? It leads to the inner secret in yourself, and there you will see the future. Not me. Partly. I will tell you the exact formula later. You must be very careful. Too much can be poisonous. You have to let your body get used to it slowly. But then, your visions will be clearer. What is that? It's from our friend Leonardo. A machine that drives underwater. And this, an explosion greater than anything we know.
Psilocybin mushrooms are common in Northern Europe and were the ritual drug of choice for druids and Nordic shamans. So-called magic mushrooms, henbane, hemlock, belladonna, mandrake, Syrian rue, hashish, fermented honey, and, of course, opium, have all been used to see the spirit world. Mystics living in underground temples in ancient Greece ate fermented honey cakes in order to have visions of spirits. To this day, beehives are a secret symbol of Masonic lodges, which are part of the Bavarian Illuminati. Adam Weishaupt and the leaders of the Bavarian Illuminati ate hashish during rituals, a practice which was popular amongst the Jesuits of the Alumbrados cult in Spain. The effects of hallucinogenic plants, especially plants which contain DMT, dimethyltryptamine, reveal a very fine, transparent lattice which can sometimes be seen actually binding the objects and beings around you into a mesh of reality. This is known as the veil. And it can sometimes be seen shimmering and vibrating like a gossamer dusting over all surfaces. Shamans and magicians who use these hallucinogenic plants during rituals train their third eye, which is a term that refers to the ability to see spirits on the astral planes. The whole of planet Earth is covered with energy, which is known as the ether. This flows across the sky like an invisible weather system. According to Sir Oliver Lodge, one of the pioneer inventors of radio, the ether is actually a spiritual domain, and it interconnects with planets and stars right across the universe. The ether is the unseen, sacred life force which mystics speak of around the world. Modern science ignorantly teaches that the heart is merely a pump. However, miles of bookshelves around the world are filled with literature and occult research which proves that the heart is actually an emotional organ which beats faster with excitement or sexual attraction or when under stress. Many forms of physical exercise have been developed which enable one to counterbalance the extremes of emotion and train the heart to respond in a more balanced and safe way to emotional problems and harrowing experiences. These physical exercises are usually referred to as yoga. Aleister Crowley was a devotee of yoga, as any serious magician must be, for it brings into active fusion the important trinity of mind, body, and spirit. Gaining full command over the activity of the heart is a gateway to unlocking different forms of consciousness. To merely describe the heart as a pump ignores the important role the heart plays in allowing us to meditate and connect with the spirits in the spirit world. blood is the carrier medium for the life force. The life force itself goes under many different names in many different cultures around the world. The most popular names for the life force in the Indian subcontinent are Chi or Prana. Chinese medicine teaches that the Chi life force is made stronger by fresh oxygen. This is why tree groves, rich in fresh oxygen breathed out by the woodland, have been chosen for ritual by druids, pagans and witches for thousands of years. Within our blood, there are cells whose main function is to carry oxygen to the vital organs. In addition to distributing the vital life force around the body, blood, in magical terms, also absorbs the emotional energy every time it passes through the heart. To this very day, tree groves are chosen by secret societies to perform sacrificial rituals. At Bohemian Grove in California, initiates gather in a tree grove and witness a ceremony where the spirit of compassion or care is symbolically cremated and sacrificed to a god who takes the form of an owl. In 2001, evidence began to appear from medical experts which suggests that our heart can absorb and remember part of our personality. It is as though the life force pumping in our blood and the emotional states we experience leave an indelible spiritual hallmark in the heart. Nexus magazine recently published a series of articles about the phenomena known as organ memory. Several doctors and patients have testified that some personality traits of a heart donor manifest in the character of the recipient. After receiving the heart of a young woman, a male patient could sing and knit and sew in exactly the same manner as the dead donor. It was as if the woman's spirit, as well as her heart, had been transplanted into the man. This phenomena has caused several transplant surgeons to question their purely mechanical attitude towards the human heart. The heart contains elements of one's own personality, and your blood gushes through your heart at a faster rate when sexually, emotionally, and, as we shall soon see, magically excited. Ancient cultures, such as Judaism, were up to their armpits in blood. Their temples had channels cut into the stones where gallons of blood from animals, men, women, and yes, even children would flow and congeal amongst the peasants who paid a few pennies in lieu of slicing the throat of a sacrificial victim themselves. Blood rituals have been performed worldwide since the dawn of time, and even to this day is reenacted in symbolic form via the Catholic Mass of eating and drinking the so-called body of Christ. Black magicians who advocate blood sacrifice, such as Aleister Crowley, who recommended that a 9-year-old child of above average intelligence made the ideal sacrificial candidate, are well aware of the esoteric qualities of blood and the life force. Hot blood, freshly drained from a living creature, which has recently passed through the emotionally animated arteries of the heart, actually contains a concentration of the sacred chi life force. According to black magicians such as Aleister Crowley and Eliphas Levi, the last beat of the heart, the last breath of the victim, carry the soul into the spirit world.
Almighty and all-powerful Set, Father of darkness, King of death, I pledge this night
Of black magic circumvents the natural path of the victim's soul, which would normally rise into a higher vibratory state and take up residence in the spirit world. Instead, the life force is diverted into the body of the magician or absorbed by a demon. Once the demon has spiritually absorbed the life force of the sacrificial victim, the magician will often ask the spirit to divulge information about the past, present, or future. The shape and colour of the heart would often be studied for divination, and hundreds of temples around the world, from the Himalayas to the Mediterranean, were set up to divine information from spirits. These temple sites became known as oracles. The so-called oracles were female or androgynous psychics, usually bred from birth for their clairvoyant powers. Oracles would spend most of their time floating in underground pools, engaged in permanent trance, receiving visions directly from the spirit world. In Robert Temple's fascinating book, Netherworld, he explored the underground oracles in Italy. Here, caves and stone-lined chambers were constructed, complete with an underground man-made river, which symbolically represented the gap between the physical world and the spirit world. The man-made river at the underground oracle complex of Baia, Italy, was called the River Styx. When Freemasons and Satanists such as Benjamin Franklin and George Washington founded the government system in Washington, they oversaw the building of a giant necropolis, a temple of death, which was used to house the Lincoln Memorial, the Washington Monument, and White House. This complex in Washington, D.C. is a modern replica of an ancient necropolis, based on the architecture of the underground temple complex in Baia, Italy, and also other temple sites in Greece and Egypt. Washington, D.C. also features a man-made river, like the River Styx at Baia in Italy. In ancient times, underground oracle temples were established right across the Mediterranean, most notably on the Greek islands. Here, the Book of Revelation was written on the island of Patmos, where visions and communications from spirits were given to St. John as he lay with his head inserted into a niche in the side of a cave. At Delphi and other ancient oracle sites, people would travel from all over the known world to listen to the teachings of spirits. Communications from spirits inspired the greatest authors, poets, and philosophers of the classical world.
Wally. It's okay. This is Danny Whitworth. He's from Justice. We're to give him the run of the farm.
I can't touch you.
No, don't touch him or anything
Shut
else
up.
in here. Just,
You can't be in here.
I understand. Just answer his questions and we'll get the hell out of here.
Tell me how...
They're sleeping.
Sorry. Tell me how all this works.
The photon milk acts as both a nutrient supply and a liquid conductor. It enhances the images that each of them receive. We call the female Agatha. The twins are Arthur and Dashiell. We scan by way of optical tomography. White light pinpoints pulse along the entire length of the headgear and are reread after absorption through their brain tissue. In other words, we see what they see. They don't feel any pain. We keep their heads pretty well stocked with dopamine and endorphins. Plus, we maintain careful control over the serotonin levels. Don't want them to drift off into too deep a sleep. They can't be kept too awake either.
It's better if you don't think of them as human.
No, they're much more than that. Science has stolen most of our miracles. In a way, they give us hope. Hope of the existence of the divine. I find it interesting that some people have begun to deify the precogs.
Precogs are pattern recognition filters, that's all.
Yet you call this room the temple.
Just a nickname.
The oracle isn't where the power is anyway. Power's always been with the priests, even if they had to invent the oracle.
Well, you guys are nodding like you actually know what the hell he's talking about.
Well, come on, Chief. The way we work, changing destiny and all, I mean, we're more like clergy than cops.
Jad?
Yeah.
Go to work. All of you. Wally.
Ancient Greece and Rome are the birthplaces of philosophy. The greatest classical philosophers, such as Aristotle, Plato, and Socrates, divined information from spirits. Divination was an important part of classical life and was practiced on a daily basis. Socrates was just one of thousands of intellectuals who descended into the subterranean caverns and consulted the Oracle of Delphi. The classical world practiced many forms of divination, such as divination by lightning and thunderbolts, by the flights of birds, known as augury, by the chance words uttered by mad people, called Kledonism, and one of the most popular forms of divination was performed by examining the shape, color, and texture of the vital organs of freshly sacrificed animals and people. Textbooks were published that were studied by the greatest scholars, which described the prophetic meanings of dreams. It was widely understood that the spirits of one's family and the spirits of the star gods would speak to you using a symbolic visual language in your dreams. An ancient book of dream prophecies written by Artemidorus inspired many of the great works of philosophy. Soothsayers, prophets, and magicians would also foretell future events from reading omens, such as the birth of two-headed calves and other genetic deformities in animals. To this day, North American shamans read good and bad omens into the birth of white bull calves. At Osborne House on the Isle of Wight, the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha royal family, under the leadership of Queen Victoria, kept a private collection of preserved, deformed animals, such as a deer with 5 legs and other multi-headed freaks of nature, which have historically always been associated with good and bad omens. In ancient Greece, future events were prophesied by virginal maidens who would hold naked rituals in forests, invoking the spirits of animals, trees and plants, and gaze into bowls of water, reading the reflections as messages from nature spirits. This technique was used by the famous medieval Dr. Nostradamus, who would drug himself with nutmeg powder, thornapple and belladonna, sitting for hours staring into bowls of water, which revealed apocalyptic events, which he wrote down in a series of books known as the Prophecies of Nostradamus. Dr. Nostradamus had many clients who would commission him to read the future. One of his clients was Catherine de' Medici of France, who was involved in black magic. Dr. Nostradamus accurately predicted the bloody death of the French royal family.
Children, this is the famous Dr. de Nostradam, about whom I've told you so much. Monsieur, this is my eldest son, Francois, the future king of France.
You are welcome, monsieur. May I introduce my wife, Mary, Queen of Scotland.
I'm very honored that you should receive me.
This is my eldest daughter, Elizabeth. Henry. Duc d'Alençon. Charles. Claude. Little Margot. I want to know the truth, whether I like it or not.
Each of your sons will be king of France, but you will outlive them all.
The most important oracle temples of the ancient world were at Dodona and Delphi in Greece. The site of the oracle temple at Delphi is called Pytho. Pytho is also the name given to a popular brand of a Ouija board, known in America as the talking board. Ouija boards have been outlawed in many countries because people have become possessed by evil spirits after using Ouija boards to summon spirits. The Pytho Oracle Temple was founded 800 years before the birth of Christ. In fact, the origins of the oracle at Delphi go back to a much earlier period, when the Minoan peoples from the island of Crete travelled to Delphi in the 12th century BC. The oracle of Delos was founded by the son of Cecrops. Cecrops was the legendary Egyptian king who had reptilian scales on his body, and was often portrayed in ancient artworks as having webbed toes which resembled the fins of a large fish. Bringing to the Mediterranean the ancient magical rituals of Egypt, Cecrops used the information from spirits to rule his kingdom, and he eventually became the king of Athens in 1558 BC. The Oracle of Delos was a temple dedicated to communication with the spirit of planet Earth, and was placed on the site of a prehistoric megalithic temple which predates Stonehenge in England. The most important oracle temple was at Dodona, where spirit mediums, prophets and soothsayers contacted the spirit of the planet Jupiter. In the classical literature of ancient Greece, the spirit of Jupiter was known as Zeus. It was the spirit of this planet which guided the political and spiritual lives of the royal political elite in ancient times. In fact, many of the angels and gods worshipped in the ancient world are actually spirits of planets and spirits of the stars. Deus Sol Invictus, the unconquered sun god, was the sun god of the Roman Empire. The cult was created by the Roman Emperor Aurelian and offered prayers and sacrifices to the spirit of the sun. The spirit of the sun has a name. It is called the Solar Logos, and it is this spirit which the Roman Sol Invictus cult prayed to. The Romans held a festival on December the 25th called Dies Natalis Solis Invicti, the birthday of the unconquered sun. This festival has been transformed over time and is now called Christmas. The word logos is Greek for knowledge or gnosis. The solar logos powers and infuses life into our solar system. It is the gravitational and energetic center of our solar system. The spirit inside the sun was incorporated into the ancient Egyptian cult of Amen-Ra. At the end of Christian prayers, the word Amen is a secret reference to the sun god of ancient Egypt, and a secret reference to the solar logos, the spirit of the sun.
Hawati en tawi, tem jefa kau, ta pen em awef, mu ef, ta ef, sem ef, menemenet ef nebet.
Just like our own sun, every star in the universe contains a spirit, and the most prominent constellations have been the subject of worship by Babylonians, Egyptians, Greeks, shamans, and druids since the dawn of time. The Hebrew alphabet is a magical language. Each letter was inspired by the shape of a star constellation. The solar logos is forever evolving, growing, and expanding. Physically, we see energy and light radiate outward from the sun in all directions. Its vibrations reach living things here on Earth, stimulating them to grow. Light is therefore full of spiritual energy, which flows across the universe at more than 170,000 miles per second. Visible sunlight is the outward manifestation of the solar logos spirit. However, like all spirits, the solar logos has a personality of many different facets. Many Satanists throughout history have performed rituals to invoke the negative aspect of the solar logos personality. The negative, destructive aspect of the solar logos is known by all black magicians as the Black Sun. In the ancient world, an eclipse was considered to be a time when the negative aspect of the sun's spirit could be visibly seen, and across the world millions of animals, men, women, and children were sacrificed at the time of the eclipse, or the Black Sun. Worship of the destructive spirit of the Black Sun is still going on to this day. For example, the Iron Cross of the Nazis is a symbol of the Black Sun, and so too was the Round Table of King Arthur, a copy of which is inside the Great Hall of Winchester, which used to be the capital of England. The spirit of the sun is one of the highest secrets of world international Freemasonry, and at temples and sites which are controlled by Freemasons, we see many symbols representing the Black Sun. According to 18th century theosophists and Eastern mystics, Sanat Kumara is the name of the spiritual logos of planet Earth. The spirit of Sanat Kumara wells up from underground at certain places on planet Earth, most notably in a mythical place in the Himalayas known as Shambhala. Shambhala is Australia, Aborigine people gather at Ayers Rock for ceremonies, many walking ancient paths which are the physical manifestation of these etheric ley lines. Aborigine people call them song lines. There are some places where the ether actually makes contact with the landscape. At these sacred places, huge megalithic stones have been inserted into the Earth's crust. These huge stones stimulate the flow of etheric energy, rather like an acupuncturist who inserts needles into the skin of a patient in order to stimulate the life force energy in the human body. The royal political elite throughout the ages have sought to destroy these megalithic sites with road-building programs. A good example is Avebury in Wiltshire, where several roads and an entire village have been built inside the world's largest megalithic stone circle. At Stonehenge, until very recent times, millions of taxpayers' money was spent barricading Stonehenge and preventing members of the public from visiting the site on the morning of the summer solstice. Whilst people were assaulted and attacked by the police, inside Stonehenge, a select group of aristocrats dressed as druids held ceremonies far away from the gaze of the public and press. In fact, Winston Churchill, former British Prime Minister, was actually a member of the Order of Druids. During the 1930s, the Nazis studied many of the ancient megalithic sites and even set up a government ministry to collect information from magicians about the occult powers which could be absorbed by performing rituals at these places. Heinrich Himmler was following in the footsteps of many groups who have tried to harness spiritual power. Himmler styled the Nazi SS on the strict secrecy and discipline of the Knights Templars. The Templars were well aware of the ether and the places on the Earth's surface where the flows of etheric energy were strongest. The Templars built huge cathedrals which are actually Kabbalistic temples masquerading as Christian churches at sites which line up with the placement of megalithic stones. Tibet is a theocracy. That is, a country whose ruling elite are dedicated to religious rather than political teachings. The most important person in the ruling hierarchy is the Dalai Lama, who is reincarnated into different bodies over time, and is trained from an early age to respect and understand teachings of the spirits of previous Buddhist masters. The second most important ruler of Tibet is the Panchen Lama. When Communist China invaded Tibet, they kidnapped the young Panchen Lama and replaced him with a Chinese child imposter. The third most important person in the theocracy of Tibet is known as the State Oracle. When Tibet was a free nation, elaborate ceremonies would be performed at the Potala Palace in Lhasa. where the oracle would dance himself into a frenzy, inhaling the fumes of pungent incense from semi-hallucinogenic plants. Tibetan monks would chant a hypnotic series of mantras and offer prayers to the spirits of previous ruling kings of Tibet. The oracle allowed his entire body to be possessed by spirits, who would then prophesy future events. Tibet, Ladakh, Bhutan, and India are places where special sexual magical rites are performed in order to please the spirits. This form of sexual magic is called Tantra, and it is the aim of the magician to seek communication with spirits at the point of orgasm. Ancient texts, such as the Kama Sutra, are actually textbooks describing the various positions and techniques required to reach an ecstatic state where the sexually inspired subconscious mind becomes open to the spirit world. Black magicians, such as Aleister Crowley, used sex magic as a bait to lure young initiates to his Ordo Templi Orientis. Many ancient temples employed prostitutes who resided inside the temple and would induce orgasms from the devotees. At Yale University, a sick, perverted form of sex magic is performed by initiates of the Skull and Bones Secret Order, which has several senior politicians and presidents as its members. The Skull and Bones rituals have been filmed by undercover journalists, and apparently specially trained prostitutes are employed for initiation ceremonies. In the film The Good Shepherd, directed by Robert De Niro, we learn that Skull and Bones initiates, known as Bonesmen, are actually recruited from aristocratic families in America, who fill the top positions of power in the FBI, White House, and CIA. Aleister Crowley used sex magic to contact various spirits who had evil intentions towards mankind. In the 17th century, a scandal was exposed at the center of the aristocratic elite in Paris, where virgins were sexually used on altars, and at the point of orgasm, their throats were cut. The Roman historian known as Josephus described a device known as the Ephod, which was made of crystals and gold, and its sole purpose was to contact spirits. The Ephod was a breastplate with a matrix of crystals interconnected with gold wires, and each crystal was held in a socket of gold, exactly like an electronic circuit board of today. Josephus describes this technological device as using cunning technology. The Hebrew Levite priesthood used the Ephod to attain answers from spirits which were translated into a cipher language. The colors of the crystals glowed according to ectoplasmic energy infused into the Ephod's crystals by spirits. The Ephod was fastened at each shoulder with a large stone of onyx. The names of the 12 signs of the zodiac were engraved upon these 2 stones. These shoulder-mounted onyx buttons were used to show simple yes and no answers from spirits, much the same as the yes and no parts on a Ouija board. When the onyx on the right shoulder was illuminated, it signified that the spirit answered the question in the affirmative, and when the one on the left glowed, it indicated a negative answer to the query. Josephus wrote that the royal political elite of the Hebrew world consulted the spirits via the ephod before making any major decision. The ephod was known in ancient Greece as the breastplate of the oracle. The ephod is a form of occult technology based on crystals which are used in magical rituals worldwide and are highly prized by the royal elite. The 12 jewels of the breastplate were symbolic of the 12 constellations of the zodiac. Each constellation was considered to have its own ruling alien spirit. These 12 celestial spirits are referred to in the Zohar. This book is part of the corpus of ancient texts which we now call the Kabbalah. The number 12 frequently refers to a pantheon of extraterrestrial spirits which govern the 12 major constellations. These spirits are covertly represented in the Holy Bible as the 12 prophets, the 12 patriarchs, the 12 tribes of Judah, or the 12 apostles. Rabbis of the Levite priesthood built temples especially for rituals using the ephod. These temples were often referred to as tabernacles and synagogues, and it was here that the so-called Ark of the Covenant were used. The design of the Ark of the Covenant resembles a modern battery and radio transceiver with antennas. Like a modern electronics engineer, priests attached a piece of copper to one ankle to discharge the static electricity emanating from the Ark of the Covenant. In fact, the entire temple was one large electronic device. Even the temple curtains contained 24 separate strands of metal, which aided the spiritual communication apparatus used in the ancient world. and the vibrations they emitted were used to clarify information received from spirits. The words Urim and Thummim mean lights and accurate truth. Joseph Smith was an American Freemason who created the Mormon Church. He claimed to own 2 Urim and Thummim devices. Joseph Smith's mother claimed her son inscribed and invoked the spirit of Abraxas into a magic circle. Abraxas is a demon spirit which has snakes instead of feet. The magical incantation abracadabra comes from this spirit's name. Abracadabra is the Arabic name for this demon, who is described in ancient magical texts as a king of 365 genies who in turn rule over each day of the year. Joseph Smith claimed to have gold plates inscribed with Egyptian hieroglyphs. He made several magical tablets containing ancient symbols which are traditionally used to summon spirits. Many of the symbols Joseph Smith used are copied directly from the Goetia Book of Demon Worship. Joseph Smith formed a Christian cult which became the Church of Latter-day Saints, a mixture of Freemasonry and spiritualism. In 1844, Joseph Smith attempted to become President of the United States and distributed thousands of leaflets with occult symbols. The Mormon Church is a modern version of the Levite Hebrew priesthood. Traditionally, the tribe of the Levite priesthood jealously guarded the divine instructions from spirits, which were divined using the Ephod, Teraphim, Urim, and Thummim. Still, to this day, occult technology is the highest secret of the elite. The ancient crystal technology of the Ephod is still in use to this day. The royal political elite wear crowns which have around their circumference the exact same crystals in the same order as found in the traditional Ephod breastplate. Royal crowns are actually ephods which have been fashioned to make direct contact with the skull. On the tomb of Maximilian, Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, a statue can be seen wearing an ephod which has been incorporated into battle armor. This armor was not designed for battle in the physical world, but as protection against spiritual forces in the spirit world. Many crowns feature the Maltese cross, which is an emblem used worldwide by Satanists, Masonic fraternities, and magicians. The Maltese cross was the first image electronically projected using the cathode ray tube, which was developed in part by Sir William Crookes, who had formerly been a member of the Golden Dawn secret society and member of the Society for Psychical Research in London. The Maltese cross is featured in many sigils. Sigils are magical emblems which are etched onto a crystal ball or a black mirror and then stared at by the magician until the face of a spirit appears. In voodoo rituals, very similar sigils are etched into the ground. These are called vebes, and these too feature the Maltese cross. Sigils are used to represent the names of spirits, demons, and angels. A crown is really an ephod, which has been made for the head, able to transmit spiritual communications direct into the brain of the king or queen who wears the crown. Crowns are consecrated in special ceremonies called coronations. The British crowns, owned by the Saxe-Coburg-Gotha royal family of Britain, whose family roots are in Bavaria, Germany, are part of an elaborate wardrobe of magical artifacts, which includes ceremonial knives, golden orbs, and even magic wands, which are known as scepters. When the crown is placed on the head of a British royal, prayers and psalms are sung, which proclaim that the crown gives the wearer divine right to rule. The ceremony is an exact copy of the coronation ritual of King Solomon, who was a pre-Kabbalist magician in ancient Israel, an expert at spirit divination and demon worship.
Feel my little orisons creeping up your spine. Lead us not into temptation. The sweaty murmurs of my rosary beads. The human hearts that I've taken into hell.
The Grimoire of the Red Dragon was originally a Hebrew text and is often used by black magicians alongside another Jewish text called the First Grimoire Verum of Lucifer. In 1517, the Grimoire Verum was translated into Italian and then finally published in French by a mysterious publisher called Alibec, the Magician of Egypt. The first translation of the Verum Grimoire of Lucifer was by a Dominican Jesuit called Plangier. It has been a cherished source of demonic information amongst Jesuits since the time of the Alumbrados sect led by Ignatius Loyola, which inspired, in turn, Adam Weishaupt to form his Illuminati Masonic secret society in Bavaria during the 1700s. The Grimoire Verum includes many prayers directed towards Lucifer, and lists a hierarchy of demons which first appeared in a Kabbalistic text called the Mafteha Shelama, which in turn became known as the Book of Light. One of the most powerful techniques for summoning spirits is the sacred magic of Abra Melin, written by Abraham the Jew during the reign of Emperor Sigismund of Germany in 1377. The magical spells were given to Abraham the Jew by an Egyptian called Abra Melin. It gives instructions on how to consecrate a piece of vellum and write upon it the names of angelic planetary spirits. When these names are called out, spirits swarm into the magician's magic circle. This book has been banned in many countries due to catastrophic events which took place in England at the turn of the 20th century. One magician wrote to the Psychic News Journal that after writing on a piece of vellum following the instructions in the Grimoire of Abramelin, his house filled with tangible darkness so intense that it was necessary to light lamps in every room, even on sunny days. In 1927, the Society for Psychical Research received reports of a British magician who accidentally summoned an invisible spirit of such immense power that it eventually manifested itself in full view, taking the form of a devil with serpents for hair.
You robber of life. You author of pain. You corrupter of justice and innocence and youth. You begetter of death.
The sacred book of Abramelin instructs the magician on how to summon his own personal guardian angel. This guardian angel is then sent into the astral planes to find spirits which have information which the magician requests. A roadmap of the spirit world is explained, which is based on the Kabbalistic tree of life. The book even describes the process of summoning the spirit of Lucifer, the devil himself. Other demons by the names of Astaroth and Beelzebub can also be summoned using this powerful text. In London, during the 1800s, seances were held at Horniman's Museum by members of the Golden Dawn secret society who adopted many of the techniques directly from the Abramelin text. Bram Stoker, the author of Dracula, and Aleister Crowley, the author of the Book of the Law, which in itself was dictated by spirits, both studied the sacred magic book of Abramelin.
Blood in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done.
Magic.
Picatrix is one of the oldest grimoires and has only recently been translated into English. The Picatrix originates from Arabia. It is one of the primary sources of information about the spirits of planets, otherwise known as angels, and how to contact demons and devils. The Picatrix was translated into Latin in 1256 and studied by King Alfonso. The king eventually bequeathed a third of his kingdoms to the Knights Templar in exchange for bringing to him the Picatrix and other magical grimoires. It was the Picatrix and other magical grimoires which inspired the Knights Templar to launch expeditions and excavate the site of King Solomon's Temple in Jerusalem. This quest became romanticized by Geoffrey of Monmouth in his medieval writings, which codenamed the collection of ancient magical teachings as the Holy Grail. The Picatrix was banned for many centuries because it not only shows you how to summon the spirit of a planet, but then goes on to show you how to implant this spirit into the head of a dead person, which is then animated using further magical spells. The head can then be questioned to give answers. Thus, the spirit of a planet can be summoned to speak through the head of a corpse. The Picatrix contains a recipe which includes the severed head of a freshly dead young man. This head would be placed in a glass vessel and pickled using a large quantity of human blood and several ounces of opium. The vessel would then be sealed and placed underground, and prayers recited to conjure a spirit to take up residence in the head of the corpse. These magically infused heads were prized possessions amongst the magicians employed by the royal elite of the Middle Ages. These heads became known as Baphomets. Often the head would be placed in ornate silver caskets, rather like religious relics, and questioned during elaborate magical ceremonies. During the heresy trials of the Knights Templar, initiates confessed that Baphomet heads were used to divine information at Templar strongholds in Paris, London, and in the south of France. The magical rites of the Templars inspired many future secret societies, many of which sought to harness the power of demons for political and financial gain. The Picatrix inspired further magical texts such as the Testament of Solomon, a sophisticated book of demonology which describes how to summon Beelzebul, who is a demonic prince of hell. According to ancient texts authored by King Solomon, when Beelzebul was questioned as to its demonic purpose, the demonic spirit replied, "I destroy kings. I ally myself with foreign tyrants. I set demons onto men. I inspire men of God to commit wicked sins, evil heresies and lawless deeds. I inspire men to commit murder and declare war upon each other.
I will destroy the world."
After the heresies of the Knights Templar were exposed, the Templars went underground and reformed themselves into World International Freemasonry. One of the secret passwords used in Freemasonry is Beelzebul, by the 1500s, the magical texts of Arabia and the Kabbalah were in the hands of magicians advising the royal court of England.
Ladies and gentlemen, there may be an evil among us, a sinister presence that may have been with man since his inception. A darkness, cold, calculating, deceitful. Now this evil comes in the form of an otherworldly entity, a race of beings that are physically humanoid but perhaps extra-dimensional or extraterrestrial in origin. There are two things that are very significant about these beings. One, they are believed to have at some point mixed their genetics with ours, leaving a few living descendants still here among us. Two, they are described as being reptilian in appearance. Yes, the Reptilians, one of the most notoriously malevolent races of alien beings to have ever existed. Is this all purely science fiction? Or is it hidden truth that our ancient ancestors all tried to warn us about? Maybe this is about more than shape-shifting creatures. Maybe it's really about shape-shifting the truth.
I'm not saying that there aren't some human beings here that definitely don't have some serious problems. I'm not saying that at all. There are some who do. But the bottom line is, when you look at the whole picture and you go up the ladder, okay, we are not the enemy. The enemy isn't human at all. But it's pushing all our buttons so that we're so busy looking at each other and so neurotic about each other that we're not looking at the real reality here, the real cause, which is another race or races that are here who are totally playing games with us, feeding off our energy and hoping that we destroy ourselves so that they can keep the planet.
And really, let's say who it is again. It's the Orion group.
It's the Orion group. It's a group that is on its way here now from Alpha Draconis. They're the real culprits behind this whole deal.
Alpha Draconis or Orion, or both those?
Alpha Draconis, they're the real culprits behind this whole thing.
Above Orion, above the Orion group?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
So
then there's Orion, the Orion group, then you've got the Greys.
So, there are several stories behind the origins of the Reptilians. Before we get into that, understand that the existence of extraterrestrials, or whatever you want to call them, we do not know everything just from what was left behind. Artifacts, ancient texts, ancient structures, historical figures, fossils. In other words, what we have found leaves things open for speculation. So when you're listening to someone discuss these subject matters, myself included, anyone discussing reptilians, there are really two types. Those who are not sure, and those who are so sure that they express this as if what they are saying is in fact a fact. How many times have you heard someone, a well-known author, theorist, journalist, whistleblower, researcher, discuss aliens as if they lived with them for 50 years? Some of these people seem to know too much. But at the end of the day, it does not matter, because you will ultimately make up your own mind as to what is the truth. With all that said, this is the Draco star system, the dragon. Yes, I know this is going to sound like I'm talking about a comic book, but I'm going to try my best to stick to the basics. And this is an actual star system which, for many of you, is already understood. It is the 8th largest constellation and can be seen in the northern sky all year. The reason it is called the dragon is because the constellation is entangled in the stars like a slithering snake or serpent. It has 14 main stars, which of course have varied distances from Earth, ranging within 70 to 400 light years from Earth, which is a fairly close star system. It is also an area in the sky where you could see the Cat's Eye Nebula, the Spindle Galaxy, the Draco Dwarf Galaxy, and several other celestial bodies. Now I'm going to tell you the story. Pay attention because it is going to resemble other stories that you have heard before. I don't want to get into all the different races of aliens, but apparently there are many races of aliens, and these races seem to have a structured hierarchy, very similar to what we already are familiar with. They have founders and councils, a royal class, a warrior class, a working class. Now, as the universe was being created, before Earth was created, there existed amongst other alien races the Ketarii. Yes, it is exactly what you think. Bird people. And if you think that's bizarre, the parent race to the Ketarii is the feline race. Of course. The home of the Ketarii is the Orion constellation. There goes that name again. So these beings were etheric in nature, but needed to take physical form in order to live on one of the paradise planets in Orion. They chose the form that today we call a bird, but not all of them. Some of the Ketarii chose to remain what they were. Now these Ketarii who descended to the planet learned a little trick from the felines. Genetic manipulation of species. Are you with me so far? They mingled their genetics with the genetics of the reptile species that was living on the planet at that time, giving birth to the humanoid dinosaur super monster, the Alpha Draconian. Well, folks, I guess that answers our questions about dinosaurs. So this Alpha Draconian race is described as being a very monstrous type being, 18 to 25 feet tall, about 15 to 1800 pounds. The head of a dinosaur, the body of a man with claws, wings, and a tail. They have 2 hearts and a very large liver. They can live up to anywhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 to 4,000 years. Fast, extremely intelligent, extremely psychic, and extremely dangerous. Now, thanks to the Ketarii, we have this abomination of a species, and I'm sure as intelligent beings, the Alpha Draconians were well aware of what they were. I could see how they would see themselves as monsters compared to their creators. I could see how that would bring the inner monster out of any intelligent humanoid life form. It would also cause one to feel a sense of superiority over other races because they can't really stand being the monsters that they are. So what happened was the Ketarii left the Draconians, and the Draconians were left to start taking over and conquering worlds, using the knowledge and technology gained from the Ketarii. The Draconians then went on to create other reptilian and non-reptilian races. For example, the Greys. And these Draconians are responsible for the shape-shifting, government-manipulating, blue-blooded, underground-dwelling, child and negative energy-eating race that is suspected to be living among us today. Now, of course, that is just a short version of the story, but you get the picture. And you have probably heard that story before. It's in Genesis. In fact, the biblical scriptures has many references to monsters and dragons, lions, the ancient Egyptians, the ancient Greeks, serpents, ancient Sumer, serpents, and India, serpents, dragons, China, dragons everywhere, ancient Native Americans. This is one big planet of dragon worshippers. I'm not kidding. Now, what I find interesting about the Draconians is that we do indeed have fossils of dinosaurs, right? Look at the T-Rex. What is that? Looks like a freaking dragon to me. No, it's a dinosaur. It's an animal. Okay, there are dangerous, large, predatory animals, crocodiles, large cats, bears, sharks. Those are animals. This is a monster. How intelligent do you think a creature like that would be? What if they were not just dumb animals? I mean, you have to ask yourself, aside from animals that we know exist today, these dinosaurs are strange. There is something not quite right about some of their species. They don't seem to fit quite right in this world. Maybe it is not that reptiles came from dinosaurs, but maybe dinosaurs came from reptiles? So what we may have among us today are several species or races of humanoid reptilians and their descendants in human form. For example, some theorize that the Lacerda reptile is the ancestor to many of the reptilian races born here. Some only carry the blood, others can shapeshift. Some live underground, some are amphibious, which is a reference to mermaids and mermen, and the reptilian agenda is of course domination and dominion, control of the masses. These beings not only believe that they are better than us, they believe that they are rightfully the owners of this planet, and we are nothing but food, cattle. Now, when you go to research reptilians, you will find an entire library on the subject. Not just a few books, but endless texts about the subject that go back as far as recorded history. And whether we believe reptilians exist or not, that representation of serpent people, the dragon, is a part of our history and culture. And it does affect our lives, as we often don't realize exactly what it is we are doing. How many people you think died in the name of some reptilian god? Or do you think they were chopping people's heads off every day at those pyramids in Central America? I mean, the serpent is a medical symbol, for goodness sakes. Who came up with that bright idea? And we still use that symbolism almost religiously. Why? This is representing the path up to God through serpents. We have ritualistic shaman dancing with snakes. I don't know why people like dancing with snakes. It is strange. Better yet, look at East Asia. The dragon is heavy in their culture. I mean, deeply embedded. They name food after it, and we love it. We do. Now, why is it that we enjoy watching children with dragons? The never-ending story, Pete's Dragon, How to Train a Dragon. You get the picture. I'm sure you could name a few yourself. So the idolatry of serpents is definitely all around us. The serpent has slithered its way into almost every mythological or religious narrative there is. Why? Many of us, in fact, believe it was a serpent that started all our problems today. I would say that there is something to this reptilian matter. But what is it? I gather most of you should have a basic understanding of fallen angels and how they descended to Earth and mingled their seed with that of humans and animals, or something of that nature. And today the fallen angels are working behind the scenes to further their agenda. So wait a minute. Are they working with the reptilians like some idiot human would? Do they even get along? I don't think there is enough room for the both of them. Folks, you can't tell me there are evil reptile aliens and demons. That's too crazy. You can't have both. So I am just going to assume that these reptilians and what people have been seeing and what people have been contacting are all the same type of beings. Demons, fallen angels, all the same. The only difference is that these reptilians are supposed to be solid, non-etherical, physical, three-dimensional beings that are stuck looking like reptiles. But don't evil spirits have the ability to take any desired form? I mean, the way people described shape-shifting reptiles sounds like some kind of possession. Go to any researcher or author on the subject of reptilians, and you know some names, and look at how certain they are, how comfortable and confident they are discussing the subject. Look at their similar sense of humor. They all know a lot about reptilians, but their stories are somewhat different. I have just spent days trying to find some concrete consistencies within their stories. There are some, but there are many variations, which brings up the issue with people going as far to disclose with an unprepared audience that they have received a great portion of their information from other aliens.
Yes, the Andromeda Council of the Galactic Federation selected me to speak on their behalf, to tell mankind about the 1 million year war with the Draconians in the Orion star system, and to warn everyone about the reptilians on this planet. They're bad dudes. I don't like them.
You know, you have people trying to channel these reptilians, people keeping in touch with aliens. What are you doing? So now people have to believe you talk to aliens on top of everything else you just told us about lizard people? People, stop talking to aliens. Stop talking to spirits. Is this where you are getting your information? This was Eve's problem. You would think one would consider that they are in fact talking to a freaking serpent. Of course, there is more to it than that. But was it something else in the form of a serpent? Or a serpent in the form of something else? Maybe the form of something she could trust besides a snake, or any talking animal for that matter. Perhaps it came in the form of something more pleasing to her. You know, I hope everyone realizes that a lot of this is rooted in sex, and all types of it. That whole story with Adam and Eve, when we get to the part about the serpent, sex suddenly becomes a thing, right? Now they're naked. Why would the serpent talk to Eve about being naked? What was that conversation like? Why would God put enmity between the seed of the woman and the serpent? What was Eve really doing in that garden? Now when she gives birth, she has to go through pain. What if I told you that the serpent from the garden is not who you think it is, but the same Mount Hermon serpent or rebel angel who seduced the other angels to come here and take wives? Do you know what you really need to know about reptilians, folks? Or should I say the dark entities around us? They are absolute masters of seduction. All these things that people idolize, these things people see in the dark, the glimpse, the shadows, whether it's big and hairy, tall and scaly, they know what people want to see. And that is exactly what they give them. It attracts them. It captures them. Lures them in. It seduces them. And then it controls them.
years ago, from my research, I'm convinced it's much more serious than that. It's more than a hallucinate network. It is a conspiracy. In 1784, a copy of this document was sent to the Illuminist Weishaupt and delegated to foment the French Revolution. Mean the Illuminati was responsible for the French Revolution? Yes, absolutely. The courier was struck dead by lightning as he rode through Ratisbon on his way from Frankfurt to Paris. What about a little divine intervention there, huh? The police found the subversive documents on his body and turned them over to the proper government authorities. After careful study of the plot, the Bavarian government ordered the police to raid Weishaupt's newly organized lodges of the Grand Orient and the homes of some of the most influential associates, including the castle of Baron Sonderdorf. Additional evidence thus obtained convinced the authorities that documents were a genuine copy of a conspiracy by which the Synagogue of Satan had controlled the Illuminati at the top, planned to use wars and revolutions to bring about the establishment of one kind or another of a one-world government, the powers of which they intended to usurp as soon as it was established. In 1785, the Bavarian government outlawed the Illuminati and closed the lodges of the Grand Orient. In 1786, they published the details of the conspiracy.
The new order of the world, our enterprise is now a success. He said these blind slaves say they are free and highly educated, even as they march behind, notice this word, signs. Have you ever taken time to analyze a sign or a billboard or logo?
We'll start up here. In 1784, an act of God placed the Bavarian government in possession of evidence which proved the existence of the continuing Luciferian conspiracy. This explains the previous 9 pages, goes into it in detail. We don't have time to do it completely. Conspiracy. Adam Weishaupt, a Jesuit-trained professor of canon law, defected from Christianity and embraced the Luciferian ideology while teaching at Ingolstadt University. In 1770, the money lenders who had recently organized the House of Rothschild retained him to revise and modernize the age-old protocols designed to give the Synagogue of Satan ultimate world domination so they can impose the Luciferian ideology upon what remains of the human race after the final social cataclysm by use of satanic despotism. Weishaupt completed his task on May the 1st, 1776. It's a communist holiday, isn't it? May 1, 1776. The plan required the destruction of all existing governments and religions. In 1776, Weishaupt organized the Illuminati to put the plot into execution. The word Illuminati is derived from Lucifer and means holders of the light. Weishaupt's revised plan required his Illuminati to do the following things to help them accomplish their purpose. 1, use monetary and sex bribery to obtain control of people already occupying positions in high places in the various levels of all governments and other fields of human endeavor. Once an influential person had fallen for the lies, deceits, and temptations of the Illuminati, they were to be held in bondage by application of political and other forms of blackmail and threats of financial ruin, public exposure, and physical harm, and even death to themselves and their loved ones. Number 12. Told those present that they must use their wealth to have candidates chosen to public office who would be obedient to their demands and would be used as pawns in the game by the men behind the scenes. The advisors will have been bred, reared, and trained from childhood to rule the affairs of the world. Number 13, control the press. Number 16, infiltrate into the secret Freemasonry to be used for their purposes. That's been documented many times. Number 17, expound the value of systematic deception, use high-sounding slogans and phrases, and advocate lavish promises to the masses, even though they cannot be kept.
I will not forget the wound to our country and those who inflicted it. I will not yield. I will not rest I will not relent in waging this struggle for freedom and security for the American people. So I don't know where he is. Nor, I just don't spend that much time on him. We will not tire, we will not falter, and we will not fail. Terror is bigger than one person.
And I remember he was telling me how how you're gonna see soldiers looking in caves for people in Afghanistan and Pakistan and all these places, and there's gonna be this war on terror, of which there's no real enemy.
Who knows if he's hiding in some cave or not? We hadn't heard from him in a long time.
Operation Northwoods, the plan called for innocent people to be shot on American streets. This is the Pentagon. For boats carrying refugees fleeing Cuba to be sunk on the high seas. For a wave of violent terrorism to be launched in Washington, D.C., Miami, and elsewhere. People would be framed for bombings they did not commit. Planes would be hijacked using phony evidence, all of which would be blamed on Castro to justify an invasion of Cuba 40 years ago. An aircraft at Elgin Air Force Base would be painted and numbered as an exact duplicate for a civil registered aircraft belonging to a CIA proprietary organization in the Miami area. At a designate time, the duplicate would be substituted for the actual civil aircraft and would be loaded with selected passengers, all boarded under carefully prepared aliases. The actual registered aircraft would be converted into a drone, remote-controlled plane, their word for it. Takeoff times of the drone aircraft and the actual aircraft would be scheduled to allow a rendezvous south of Florida.
I mean, he's been tested unlike any other president. This 9/11.
We have in this past year made great progress in ending the long era of conflict and Cold War. We have before us the opportunity to forge for ourselves and for future generations a new world order, a world where the rule of law, not the law of the jungle, governs the conduct of nations. When we are successful, and we will be.
He argued that the use of any and all means to reach their final goal was justified on the grounds that the ruler who governed by the moral code was not a skilled politician because he left himself vulnerable and is in unsuitable position to his throne. He said those who wish to rule must have recourse to cunning and to make-believe because great national qualities like frankness and honesty are vices in politics.
Fellow citizens will meet violence with patient justice, assured of the rightness of our cause, and confident of the victories to come. In all that lies before us, may God grant us wisdom, and may He watch over the United States of America.
Union Banking Corporation was liquidated by the U.S. government, and Prescott Bush received $1.5 million for his holdings in his Nazi business, and that was the beginning of the Bush family misfortune for all intents and purposes. George Bush takes his inspiration from what he learned in Skull and Bones and from the Thule Society that Hitler and Goebbels and Goring cut their teeth in, Bohemian Grove, these evil organizations that perpetrate the ugly things that these criminals are doing to this country for which they must be held accountable.
They are the most violent, dirtiest people on the face of the earth. Somewhere Americans are going to have to take their country back and start finding out who are these people. Who are these people we call our representatives, the Bushes. George Bush, the president, his father, went around the country talking about a new world order. The people who are running this country from behind the scenes do not care a thing about Americans or bloodshed anywhere.
You were both in Skull and Bones, the secret society.
It's so secret we can't talk about it.
What does that mean for America? The conspiracy theorists are going to go wild.
I'm sure they are. I don't know. I haven't seen the web.
Number 322.
Sir. Were you a member of Skull and Bones in college in Bush? Were you in the same secret society?
That's all right. Let me answer his question.
Whoa. Don't chase me. I said do it.
And what you're looking at here, staggeringly, is a group of people, some of the most famous people in America, in long gowns. Behind them there, you see a 40-foot stone owl. And there's the fire between them, next to the lake at Bohemian Grove. Now, one might wonder, understandably, why the people that run the banking, political, economic system and the media in America should be dressed in long robes doing a ceremony to a 40-foot stone owl. I think we should be told.
And no doubt you'll be hearing about all the differences between John Kerry and George W. Bush. But we've discovered they do have something in common. During their respective college days at Yale, they both belonged to a group called Skull and Bones.
He's come pretty close. She was part of a team that successfully recorded part of the initiation ceremony that takes place in the tomb's courtyard.
Okay, you have the doorway here.
Yeah.
Okay, then to the right you have a hedge, and then you have an evergreen tree. If you follow that line straight back, courtyard's in there.
Ah, okay.
So
that's where they have the ceremonies in
the outdoor part of it. Part of it was indoors. So we only got to see the outdoor part.
Right.
We only got to, and to listen to the outdoor part. God only knows what went on indoors.
And what did you hear? What was it you know? You managed to get this unique
it was disgusting. It was gross. I mean, they were pretending to murder people.
What was the tone of it, though? Was it jokey or was it quite...
No, it wasn't jokey at all. It was sick. It's about the only thing to describe it. It was sick.
What you're hearing is the first recording ever made of the Skull and Bones initiation ceremony. It has never been broadcast before. 15 new members of the club are being introduced into the macabre rituals of Skull and Bones by the senior students who are about to graduate. The club has what some might see as a strange fascination with death, skulls and bones. There's the chants too, difficult to hear first of all, but including the devil equals death, and death equals death.
But when you get into a secret society of spirit worshippers, then, and especially when you're invited there by the direction of the higher-ups in the spirit world, you never get out of there alive. And he told us, he says, look, we worship spirits. We worship Lucifer and all his angels. They're just as beautiful as they did before they were cast out of heaven. He says there was a misunderstanding in the whole thing. He says among the inhabitants of the galaxies. And he says our master was misunderstood. And they always praise the great master, Satan, as a super intelligent being that he is, beautiful to behold. And if he ever appears to you, you won't be able to look upon him because he'll be too bright.
What had Herbert Hoover, Art Linkletter, Jack London, and Richard Nixon all had in common? Well, they've all been members of the exclusive all-male Bohemian Club in California, where every year at this time, the elite from around the country get together for 2.5 weeks of fun and games.
Among its members are businessmen like Leonard Firestone and Edgar Kaiser, and political figures like Gerald Ford, Henry Kissinger, William French Smith, and George Shultz. President Reagan, Vice President Bush, and Defense Secretary Weinberger are members of other camps. Richard Nixon is a Bohemian, and so are high-ranking executives of such companies as Eastern Airlines, Standard Oil of Indiana, and Bank of America. Privacy is one of the Grove's most cherished virtues. Members may not photograph, record, speak, or write about activities at the retreat. While many public officials are Grove members, the press is a distinctly unwelcome guest.
We're from ABC News.
Well, get back there. Get back there.
Can we talk to somebody in
Get back there.
You see, for over 120-plus years in Northern California, in Sonoma County, on a 2,700-acre secluded redwood grove, leaders from around the world, prime ministers, chancellors, presidents, governors, again, the heads of industry, banking, academia, the media, Hollywood, travel there to engage in bizarre, ancient Canaanite, Luciferian, Babylon mystery religion ceremonies. We were inside 4 hours. That's only one day out of the 2 weeks that they meet there for the admitted Summer Fire Festival of the Bohemian Club.
Which hither ye have brought from regions where I reign, ye fools and priests.
worships eternal flame. Once again, midsummer sets us free.
The Bohemian Club, as you say, the Bohemian Club, that's where all those rich Republicans go up and stand naked against redwood trees, right? I've never been to the Bohemian Club, but you ought to go. It'd be good for you. Get some fresh air.
One last question. I read a Washington Times article many years ago where you had a comment about the organization, and then now it's been in the Wall Street Journal, it's been in a lot of different newspapers, and that's the Bohemian Grove. And back in, what was it, 1996, when you joined as a Clinton advisor, the Republicans were criticizing you, oh, what about Bohemian Grove? And then you countered them by saying, hey, I don't run around in the woods naked. What did that mean? Here is the before-mentioned Washington Times article where he said, I didn't run around naked like they do.
I don't know what quote you're referring to. I'm not aware of any quote like that. Listen, I am a happy member of the Bohemian Grove. I like the folks who come there, and it's really inappropriate for me to talk about the group beyond that. Thank you.
Have you been there for the ceremony with the cremation of care?
Frankly, I don't think that's something I need to talk to you about.
Really?
That's right.
Well, I'm Alex Jones, and I snuck in there in 2000. I'm the guy that blew it wide open and got the video. It's been on national TV.
Well, I disrespect you for that.
You do?
I do.
But there's a lot of big public officials going in there. Don't we deserve to know?
I don't know anything about you, and I don't know anything about your film. But if you go in there with an understanding, you violated that understanding by releasing that film, and I don't respect you for that.
Really? But we have public officials.
I'm sorry. You took an understanding when you went in there that you would not do that film. And did you have an understanding when you went in there?
No.
Did you crash it?
Yes.
Yeah, and it has no trespassing signs there too, doesn't it?
No, they put them up after.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, sir. I've been there before. I know what the circumstances are, and I'm sorry you violated the understandings. That was not a gentlemanly thing to do.
But what about the ritual? Is the ritual genuinely?
Sir, everything. I don't owe you this comment.
I know.
This is what's called ambush journalism, and I disrespect you for that as well. So thank you and goodbye.
The ritual?
It's none of your damn business.
Wow. Prince of all mortal wisdom, Owl of Bohemia, we beseech thee, grant us thy counsel.
Oh my God!
Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! I told
you! Today our nation saw evil, the very worst of human nature.
They had exactly the same agenda, and that was for bringing in this New World Order. I heard George Bush talking at that time. He was talking to Bill Clinton, and I've since photographically recorded it and wrote it verbatim in our book. That when the American people became disillusioned with Republicans leading them into the New World Order, that Bill Clinton, as a Democrat, was going to be put into the office of president. This was decided in 1984. Actually, I'd heard about it even prior to that. But that, as of 1984, they were already discussing it as an absolute fact.
the CIA is carrying out mind control on countless numbers of unwitting American victims. And he even went so far as to say the basic methods that they use in this mind control: hypnosis, drugs, and torture.
Three parts policy that they had adopted there. The second one was to find a way of being able to get total control of people's minds. And that would be done by taking hypnotism out of the realm of the occult and introduce it as a new science for the benefit of mankind.
Reflecting a policy of genocide either against the Tibetan people themselves or against their culture.
Once I realized I had met an honest, genuine, high-level Freemason who told me there were 13 levels of Freemason above the 33rd degree, and that these people were God. There was no God, they were God. So I asked them about their plans to kill people, and they said, yes, there are too many people on the planet. We need to get rid of several billion, and war doesn't seem to work, so we're going to use disease and starvation.
He knew what was happening, and he attempted to warn us when he left office. He told us, quite bluntly and in no uncertain terms, to beware of the military-industrial complex. And who is the military-industrial complex? It is the members of the Council on Foreign Relations, and since the inception of the Trilateral Commission as well.
The Council on Foreign Relations, I don't know if I'm an official member. I've spoken there before. It basically is just a forum where a bunch of people talk about foreign policy.
Was made up of the Executive Committee of the Council on Foreign Relations. Now, it is extremely significant that you understand that the first 6 members from the government, along with President Eisenhower, were also members and longtime members of the Council on Foreign Relations. They believed in that organization. They believed in its goals, which was one world government.
Number 15, create industrial depression and financial panic, unemployment, hunger, shortage of food. Use this to control the masses or the mobs, and use the mobs to wipe out all those who dare to stand in the way. Well, I'll tell you right now, every expert I've talked to is talking about food shortage. And it's coming, I'm convinced.
What were they? Because I'd never seen anything like that. And his statement was that if he told me I would be one of few people in Madison, Georgia that knew about them. And he says they're disposable coffins. They were stacked, he told me, 15 high.
One of the driving forces behind this movement, the Illuminati, is the Satanic cult movement in this country today. So I began my little journey forward. And one of the matters that I developed information about was an individual I learned about was Aleister Crowley. He likes to have his name pronounced Crowley to rhyme with holy. And the Satanists today, and for the number of years in the past, have basically used his philosophy and his writings as a guide.
He had so many Masonic degrees that you could fill up 5 pages of a book with them. This guy was probably the most highly honored Mason in the world. He styled himself the wickedest man in the world. He believed himself to be the great beast. And he changed his name to Aleister Crowley, so it would add up in both English, Hebrew, and Greek Kabbalah as 666. In 1904, Crowley had a communication with an extraterrestrial being named Ewas. And this being, through his wife, kind of a channeling type operation, brought forth a book that was called the Book of the Law in 1904. And this book declared that the slain and risen God, i.e. Jesus, had stepped off the throne, and that a new God, the crowned and conquering child, was taking his place. As a result of this, Crowley proclaimed the end of Christianity and the start of Crowleyanity. Crowley taught that the way you could live forever was by vampirizing little children sexually. And he personally bragged of having slaughtered 150 male children in 1 year. This is why he was called the wickedest man in the world.
And now listen to this sentence, folks, closely. For the highest spiritual working, one must accordingly choose that victim which contains the greatest and purest force. A male child of perfect innocence and high intelligence is the most satisfactory and suitable system. We're talking about human sacrifices.
And they'd also drug them up, and they'd take a sacrificial knife and they'd start from the chest and move all the way down to your abdomen. And then that's how they sacrificed, and they'd collect the blood and they'd drink it. When the mid-September through mid-November, they sacrifice babies and nothing but babies because they need the pure blood of the untainted children. And I didn't understand what it was like. I can't believe I'm seeing this every year of my life. I've experienced that, and that was the hardest part for me. It's like hearing those babies literally scream and cry, and then seeing their blood flow.
The little boy was taken to a basement. He was crucified alive. First he was skinned.
Why is it that no one knows this? Because there's Satanists in the police force and also in the government, the army. They're everywhere. They're even on the council. of, yeah, the representatives of the United States also. And they're silenced because this is not being exposed because they don't want it to be exposed. Because they're really good at lying and hiding things.
Rebecca, what happens to the people that want to come out of Satanism?
They get killed. They get followed, they get taken, they get sacrificed in front of the congregation of the Satanic Church.
Why?
Because they know too much information about the Satanists and who their names and places of where they keep the people underground, and they just know too much information. There's no, it's like being in a gang or in a mafia. You don't get out alive without consequences.
They gain control of the world by bankrupting their own businesses. The Illuminati owns most, I would say 99 9/10 of the stores that you walk into and shop and the gas stations you go to. And they are going to destroy them on purpose. And the idea of taking over is to bankrupt the whole world where nothing is of any value and the currency does not exist anywhere, and then come back and solve all the problems.
These guys who are manipulating my mind and programming me for mind control purposes claimed, and these criminals in control of our country as well, claimed to be gods, demons, and aliens, in order that I feel totally helpless, in order that I felt like they were beyond my realm to affect.
Why do they keep the aliens in a Faraday-shielded environment? Because they have a tendency to disappear right through walls. And if you can prevent the transmission of electromagnetic energy, you can stop them from doing it.
Then, the medium said, we have a very special surprise tonight for you people. A spirit will manifest itself openly here in a few minutes. And right through the wall. Now, the lights weren't terribly bright, but they were like living room lights. A couple of floor lamps, and maybe some of these. And that translucent being seemed to come right out of the wall.
How did you feel right at that moment?
It's almost like my heart stopped a little bit. Very weird feeling. So it was a lady in a beautiful evening gown, swirling. And she said to Mary, my dear sister, you are so wonderful to ask for me. So, he said the supposed spirits of the dead that you're talking with are demon spirits. They're fallen angels. They're beautiful beings.
Just set it out, just like that.
Oh, yeah.
It didn't make you uneasy when he said they were
Well,
demons?
it shocked you a little bit, something that you first hear mentioned to you. He said, you guys have got a great future ahead of you. Because we've been told, the high priest of our society, secret society, has been told that the master has very special plans for you to.
Now, what did he mean by the master?
Satan. She said that she was made successful in her singing career by a dear friend of hers that was the same age as she, and died when she was 18 years of age. And Loretta was trying to get into the singing world, you know, but it would, she says, I had no success at all. Until one night I was sitting in bed reading a book, and she says, who walks right through the wall but my friend, the spirit of my friend? And she says, Loretta, I'm going to make you a very famous person in singing Western country music, and I will be with you all the time. She said her voice went through me, the power. See?
And you saw this in a television documentary?
Yeah. This was, I believe, 1976 it took place. Now, the priest explained that when people believe in this business, they are actually opening themselves to be completely deceived by demon spirits, because it gives the demon spirits an opportunity to impersonate the dead. See? And for people to believe their lies.
Isaiah 14 and 11 even speaks of vials being built into his body. Vials are pipes.
The Piper's calling you to join him.
The Illuminati doesn't produce rock music to entertain you. They don't produce rock music to make money. They don't need that money. They own everything anyway. They do it to put demonic influence in your life.
Prominent men, meeting in secret, who directed the course of civilization, are recorded in the writings of all people. The oldest is the Brotherhood of the Snake, also called the Brotherhood of the Dragon, and it still exists under many different names. The Brotherhood of the Snake is devoted to guarding the secrets of the ages and to the recognition of Lucifer as the one and only true God. If you do not believe in God, Lucifer, or Satan, you must understand that there are great masses of people who do. And their beliefs and actions based upon those beliefs will affect me. The important fact to remember is that the leaders of both the right and the left are a small, hard core of men who have been and still are Illuminists or members of the Brotherhood. They may have been or may be members of the Christian or Jewish religion, but that is only to further their own ends. They are and always have been Luciferian and internationalist. They give allegiance to no particular nation, although they have used, on occasion, nationalism to further their causes. Their only concern is to gain greater economic and political power. The ultimate objective of the leaders of both groups is identical. They are determined to win for themselves undisputed control of the wealth, natural resources, and manpower of the entire planet. They intend to turn the world into their conception of a Luciferian totalitarian socialist state. In the process, they will eliminate all Christians, Jews, and atheists. You have just learned one, but only one, of the great mysteries.
But now it had to change. Lucifer says, we have to make sure that people, humans, get to believe that Satan and his angels do not really exist.
That's what they're trying to do. They're trying to disconnect us from multidimensional infinity so that we don't see the world from that perspective, and therefore see through the illusion and see through the nonsense and see through the lies. And then once they've disconnected people, they then program this lower level of our consciousness with a reality that suits them. And therefore, the only information that they have to get a fix on how they see life themselves and reality in general is through the eyes and the ears. And who controls that? The Illuminati control that.
They're trying to disconnect us from multidimensional infinities, and then once they've disconnected people, they then program this lower level of our consciousness with a reality that suits them.
If there's a reality out there pertaining to any alien influence, we need to sort out the government misinformation and disinformation and mind manipulation techniques that they're using. I know for a fact that the plan is to make all of us feel totally helpless, that what's happening is beyond our realm to affect because we've been taken over by aliens, that our Independence Day is dawning. So beware of that. Understand that those criminals have been keeping information and technology from us under their blanket of national security. They are 25 years ahead of us at least. They're way ahead. So when they say, it's aliens, and they show us some incredible technology, don't fall into the trap of feeling totally helpless, that this is beyond our realm to affect. Superstition begins where knowledge leaves off. And they have been keeping knowledge from us for a long time. People have all kinds of belief systems. And I'm sure each and every one of you has various and different belief systems as well. I'm not saying that there's no such thing as aliens. That would be foolish of me to even say anything like that at all. But what I am saying is that it was my experience that these were people claiming to be aliens.
Some people in this world are about to destroy the sovereignty of nations, take away our Bill of Rights. The UFO thing is integrally tied into this in some way. I'm not exactly sure how, but if extraterrestrials are real, then they're controlling everything, believe me. If they're not real, they're being used as a threat from without to scare people into coming into this one world global unity of humanity in order to face that external threat. But in the process, we're going to lose. The ordinary man will lose.
You need to understand, disinformation is deliberate deceit to hide other things. And so there's so much of that. And some of it is surprisingly well-sponsored disinformation.
I'm going to sum up this talk and mention an overview of the alien agenda. The alien agenda is really decimate the planet, to take the remaining human subjects as slaves, and the aliens would use this planet for their own means.
My question I'd like to ask is this: if the aliens have a 1,200 IQ, can speak all these languages, and are so powerful, what prevents them from just taking over?
Well, it's a good question. We are an alien species to them, and our germs have a tendency to kill them. They're also a dying race, and they're in far worse condition than anybody with the worst case of terminal cancer. They are in need of us to some degree.
And some of it is surprisingly well-sponsored disinformation.
So I think my question is actually to Clifford Stone. You said that you had seen aliens on a craft that had crashed. I wondered if you could describe what they looked like.
I could, but it would probably take a whole lot of time. The reason I state that, when I got out in 1989, we had cataloged 57 different species. You have individuals that look very much like you and myself that could walk among us and you wouldn't even notice the difference. The situation is that you have various types of what we normally call grays. We didn't call them grays in the military, but you had at least 3 types of the grays. You had some that were much taller than we were. The unique thing that I'd like to point out for the most part is that the entities that we did catalog
were in fact humanoid. Now this created a situation where the scientific community was trying to figure out why that would be the case, because you would expect that if life evolved on other planets, that they would take on some type of other being, so to speak, not necessarily look humanoid or be bipedal such as we are. But apparently we got quite a few of the species out there that are humanoid in appearance, and that creates a question that yet has to be answered by science.
Does that explain some of the visual glances of these things? They seem to just simply disappear. They're gone.
Exactly. I mean, they're appearing out of nowhere and then disappearing right in front of people. And that's why scientists who have no axes to grind, they just say that it doesn't make that much sense. And also, if they're just trying to observe us, to take account of what we're doing on Earth, I mean, after a while, after so many months or years or centuries, it kind of gets old. They either would take us over, or they've already discovered all the information they need to know about Earthlings, and so they're just going to take us over or make first contact and just sort of do what they need to do next. To endlessly observe us, it doesn't make any sense. It's something where, and also see if we have all these sightings, as you know much better than I do. Where are they landing? We don't see them getting out to get anything to drink or to eat. We don't see them. They've never tried to make contact with any large amount of people in a major city, and so this doesn't. And also all the endless medical procedures that the people who have claimed to have been abducted. Why the endless medical procedures? I mean, if we're talking about such an advanced race of alien beings, they don't need to do that over and over and over again.
Interesting perspective. Let's talk about some of the facts out there of evidence that may support your conclusion that the UFOs are spiritual phenomena, not physical, like so many other people also believe. What can we pinpoint again?
Well, again, it's something where you cannot have a material or a physical being penetrating the ground, penetrating the water, appearing in front of people, then disappearing instantly, and then also changing colors, sometimes only when they're accelerating, with every color in the spectrum has been recorded. Many UFOs coming and making one UFO breaking apart and then going into multiple UFOs. It doesn't make sense. And then not only just that, but to get into the fact of how far they're traveling and the speeds that they would have to travel, and just the other problems with cosmic dust and traveling at the speed of light, and then running into those bits of cosmic dust, the explosions that would be created, the amount of energy that would be consumed and traveling from these distances. Just all those kinds of things really scream out that you're dealing with a spiritual phenomenon, not a material or physical phenomenon.
There does seem to be a deception here, because I've always wondered, you know, my gosh, if they're that benevolent, if they're that understanding of humankind, make yourself available. Go ahead.
That's why you know, some of these other scientists have said that they seem to be trying to set people up to deceive them as if they are aliens, but the facts just say that they can't be that there's something else. It doesn't make any sense, and there's something else, a psychological deception that's going on here. And many of these scientists say, I don't know what it is, but we've concluded that it's got to be that. It's got to be something bigger is going on here than just them trying to show people that, yes, you know, here's a UFO that you're seeing now, we are aliens, that there's got to be something else going on here, on top of the fact that the characteristics of them show that they just cannot be some material or physical craft.
Do you think humans are involved in the deception? I'm losing my voice here. I gotta pop it back.
As far as I think there have been deliberate hoaxes that have been perpetrated, and you know, it's an interesting statement. I mean, there are many that could be quoted, but Gordon Creighton, who I know you know of him, probably, who died in 2003, he made this statement in the British journal Flying Saucer Review. He said, quote, "There seems to be no evidence yet that any of these craft or beings originate from outer space.